Forget I brought it up.
Forget you brought it up? Jeez.
When I wrote, directed and starred in Garth Marenghi's Dark Place back in the 1980s, the television industry was up cack alley, and the inside of my head looked to be its only ticket out. This
Touch? Yes, my fingerprints are on those paintings.
guessed this one was inspired by real events. You're right. It happened on the southeast coast, in the late 80s.
A whisk, a tin opener, and a spatula. Yeah, I'll take the whisk out first and hold them off as long as I can.
Yeah, that was unexpected, wasn't it?
Now less than 3 minutes to go. Haute faction, more noise, trying to finally win one and spank the Iron Chef.
Turn my head for 1 second. One second. Someone trying to find a lewd clip in the gimmick database. I mean, shame. For shame. Start. Hello. Hi. How's it going? Yeah, so this is going to be another stream where I work on my DOS adventure game, which has been in progress for a very long time. It's been almost a year. We're coming up on the year point. I don't want it to take much longer than a year. I don't know. A couple of things. I'm probably not going to do a stream on Thursday because I've also agreed to participate in Mall Vision, which is a community song contest, which we basically have to produce a song and a video in a month, and me and my writing partner are working on Thursday on that. So chances are I'll have to like juggle around the streams, and I've got something on Friday, so I can't do a makeup. But yeah, the next month is going to be kind of a bit jumbled around. I'm not sure if tonight's going to be a shorter stream than usual. I came into this just kind of like, you know, barely functioning, but now that the camera is turned on and now that I'm speaking into the microphone, I feel a little more energized than I did just 10 minutes ago, which is good. It could have been like the big old scoop of ice cream that I had to try and, I don't know, jolt my endocrine system into functioning for a little bit. So yeah, it's been a little while since we were looking at this adventure game engine that I've been writing. I've done some stuff in the meantime. We'll look at it in DOS first. So the main thing that you'll notice is that there's a talking animation. So I mean, it doesn't make much sense there because that's going to be a cutscene where you don't actually look at it. But if I now look at the rug, Ash can talk. And this is just using the same trick that LucasArts does with the talking animation, which is that you draw, what's it called? Mouth closed, mouth open, and then you tilt the head back and forth, and you do mouth closed, mouth open, and then you just kind of, alternate between them. So there's only 6 frames of animation, but because you're kind of like alternating back and forth, it seems like the head is moving. Hang on, do I have... I think I have like a front talking animation as well. Hang on, but I gotta very carefully walk up here, then walk down on the rug, and there we go. There we can see the front animation. I've not done a back-facing animation. Maybe I'll do that today. So I'll just grab the wrench. The second big thing that I've started working on, but I'm gonna have to finish during the stream, is the bridge. The bridge that we've been working on is now mostly in the engine. As you can see, there are some parts which I haven't finished fully exporting yet, like the back panel with all the cabinets. Also, you'll notice that I haven't actually put in a walk box yet, so it's all the honor system in this room. You can just walk wherever you want. But yeah, that's another piece of work that we can do today. I'm probably not going to spend too much time messing with the hotspots, because that's connected to like in-game dialogue, which I kind of want to keep a secret. Yeah, walking back to their home planet. Very, very good, Sonneveld. Very droll. But yeah, the cabin is going to be back through this door, which we just came from, and the reactor room is going to be through this this touch plate, which I have not connected up to anything yet. So yeah, that's the new stuff that we're going to be working on. One other interesting little thing which I noticed moments before going to air, which I just want to show off here. So I do have an SDL build of the engine alongside the native DOS build, and for the most part they're pretty, you know, they're at feature parity pretty much. Hang on, why is Okay, must be something wrong with Firefox in the other browser, because that's lagging, and it absolutely shouldn't be, because there's no... I'm not even using OpenGL, so I don't even know why it's lagging. Oh, stream is struggling a bit. Okay. Hang on. I was not even paying attention to the stream. But you're right, it is struggling. God, alright. Hang on. Let me just kill this. Okay, is the stream... Okay, that looks mostly back to normal. Let me... I'm just going to quit Firefox, so there may be a bit of a bump. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I quit Firefox, so it is just... Yeah, okay, that's good. Pipewire is not freaking out too much. Okay, good. That's gone. Now I just get to open Firefox again and hope that it is less cooked than last time. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm muted. Clearly the thing that I wanted to mute didn't get muted, so that's great. God, alright. Great start to the stream. Okay. Well, this definitely doesn't feel as laggy as before. Yeah, okay, we're good. It was Firefox that was wrecking everything. Okay. So the cool thing that only happens in the STL version at this point is when I go to the bridge, you'll notice there's something a bit off with this wall. In fact, if I walk over this way, the wall is fine, but then as soon as I walk over this direction, the time-space continuum just stretches a little bit, and suddenly everything moves off the wall. So my guess as to why this is happening, you can kind of see over here there's like a fat pixel for that screen. It must be the blit command, maybe, just dragging everything off its axis. But obviously got to figure out what's going on there before we can do anything else. A cool 3D effect, TBH. I mean, yeah, so the engine does have parallax support. Like this layer here, I intend to wire up with a bit of parallax so that it kind of moves at a different X index towards everything else. Same with the background. The background is going to be like the stars are going to be static in the background while the ship kind of moves back and forth. Which we'll kind of, I guess we'll get to, because today's first job is just getting all of the graphics into the engine. And someone else says the dividing wall moving almost looks intentional. Yeah, it's just on the edge of the uncanny valley, the dividing wall moving. I don't think the perspective would work quite right if it moved, because it's so close to the... okay. But now that like 2 people have complimented it, I want to look at it again and see exactly like what effect there is, because I don't know. Oh wait, I'm not in the right spot. Okay, grab the wrench, open the door. I see what you're saying, yeah, like, because when it moves here, it almost kind of looks like it goes flat, and then when it moves over to the side, like that. Yeah, like, you probably could... Like, the way that I imagine you'd have to do it is you'd have to, like, take each slice of this bit up here and rig it so that it would move as a parallax layer, which would then, you know, make it look flat here, but then stretch out when you move that way. I don't know, maybe, okay. Hang on, come on, get back here. But this nonsense here with like the... Oh yeah. The nonsense there with the sync and everything moving, and also this nonsense where if you resize the window, it doesn't do a nearest pixel... Oh, sorry, a nearest whole multiple snap. Yeah, that's got to be fixed. Okay. So, did I have... No, I didn't. Okay, great. Alright, so we'll put on a little bit of background music. You know what? I'm going to put on the Old Sky soundtrack because I liked it the first time around and I want to hear it again. Okay. Old Skies is great, by the way. You should absolutely play it if you're a Watch It Die fan or just any adventure game fan. Just play it. You won't regret it. Okay. So in this engine, all of the image placement / object placement is done in code. I do have like a helper script, like to give some just to give like a little reminder of how this works. I put the rooms together as like one big, well, I use light cube, but just like one big image with a lot of layers. Which is going to be, no, it is going to be in here. It's going to be assets. And yeah, so you can see here that like, if I were to set the background color to be like purple. So yeah, we just export like a whole bunch of individual images which are, you know, in room coordinates. What I then do is I put them through this little script here, under scripts. And that will essentially push it through ImageMagick to reduce it to 256 colors, which, in all honesty, they should be 256 colors anyway. It's just changing it to like paletted mode. But it will also crop them so that they are like exactly the size that are needed, and it will give me the pieces of code, like this bit of code here. So it will give me the coordinates that I need for the shrunk images. So like if I go back into like the actual assets folder for the bridge, you can see, yeah, it's just been kind of cropped to the smallest possible area, which is important for this engine because, you know, it's drawing these with Painter's algorithm, which means the more area it takes up, the more CPU cycles it takes to blip to the screen. Okay, so what is going on? I think I didn't actually end up exporting the screens, or maybe I did. Oh wait, no, I did. Okay, there's two parts to the back. There is. Hang on, I'll open up the game again. Come on, 0 volume. Okay, so these door frames don't appear to have been added properly. Oh, the console has been added in, but the hotspot isn't wired up correct. The hotspot for these controls is not right. We'll just do these things one at a time, I suppose. Oh yeah, and this entire layer is missing, which is going to be. This is technically going to be dynamically generated to an extent, so we're going to have to do a little bit of messing around with that. Okay, first things first, let's get these doors put in. I think I've got the asset for those doors. Oh, wait. Door frame? Gonna be a door frame in there? Yes, here we go. Okay, so So there's 2 cabin, and then there's 2 react, which are the 2 kind of door frame images. And did I just not add them in? Yeah, okay, easy. Alright, I didn't add them to the room, I don't think. And because we have hot loading switched on, we can check to see if that's all that's needed. So if I hit Control R, I think I've got it bound to. Oh, I've still got like... Okay, interesting. So apparently I've got like the EGA shader bound to the hot reload key. That's something I forgot about. I don't know. For an automated guess, it's okay, but I don't know. I don't like how it looks. We're gonna have to. Oh, maybe we could do that today as well. Maybe we could also just like go ahead and hand pick some EGA colors. But alright, I need to fix that then. How do I fix that though? That would be in common, I guess? Yeah, okay, so on... Oh, that's right, okay. Yeah, these were the bits I forgot to mess with. Oh, another interesting thing that I found when I was testing on real hardware. Real hardware, PC speaker sounds quite different. I'm not sure if that's just because I'm using laptop speakers, which are not as chunky as the emulated ones, or the ones in my monitors, but yeah, like even the simple sound effects where I just had like a kind of blend between 2 pitches, kind of oscillating back and forth, it didn't work, and I'm not sure why. It's going to take some more experimenting, I think, to figure out what the deal is there. Okay, so now if I refresh this... Oops. Did I leave a... Oh crap! Yeah, I left a curly brace in. Fine. Okay, it's allowed to crash after that. Oh, I know what's wrong. Okay, so the problem is that they're now in the scene, but I'm pretty sure that this background has priority somehow. Because I don't think I added in... No, I didn't add in a Z coordinate for any of these. Oh no, I did. It's -10. It's -10, and -10 is unfortunately... Yeah, okay, so it should really be -7, I guess. Okay, and then if we refresh this... There we go, okay. And we should be able to walk... Okay, interesting. I thought I wired up, I thought I wired up commands for that, but maybe I did not. But we can do that now. Gotta say, like, the hot reload thing is just, it's a game changer. Never occurred to me I should just add that in. Well, all it is it's just saving and loading the game with one hotkey press, and because the engine will reload all the scripts, it means that you can change whatever you like in the game scripts, and it'll just keep rolling. But it makes deving a lot easier. Okay. So what did I call this one? I called this... Okay, I don't have a hotspot for the cabin passage. I can add that in. And then we'll need to do something very similar to what we've done in the cabin. Which is this. So we set... So we move Ash into the target room. Use the coordinates of the cabin door. Is there a facing argument to that as well? Okay, no, there isn't. Alright, maybe I should add one. I think that's right. I think 270 is pointing to the left. Okay, now we've got those two things in there. We can hot reload, and walking into here should take us back into the cabin. Good. Yep. And then walking into here should take us to the reactor room. Yes. All right. Oh, I haven't wired up that door, but now I can. Now I totally can. Call it the bridge passage. much. Okay. So hot reload, and there we go. Okay. So that's all wired up. I guess you could do a big parallax type hack with this. Be very subtle though. Alright, speaking of parallax, we could probably start... I can probably add a little bit of parallax to this foreground layer just to see how that looks. So if we go back to the bridge... We've got bridge, FG, BG, parallax, X equals 1.1. Okay, that's a very subtle look. It just kind of like you can sort of tell that it moves, but alright, if we were to like up that to 1.2. Yeah, it's definitely more pronounced. The problem is, like, you can see that box kind of clipping off the back there. Hey, Kinnikos, we're just in the process of adding in this third room into the engine. And also, the other thing that's been added is, well, Ash can talk now. I added in a talking animation. Game Dev Jeff says, any slide puzzle support yet? Well, you have all the tools you need. You have Lua and you have a scene graph. You absolutely could do a slide puzzle if you were so inclined. I'm not so inclined. you can't make me. You can't make me add a slide puzzle into this game. Alright, so 1.2 is a bit too much. 1.15 maybe? Is that going to be the magic amount? Hot reload. Yeah, that sort of feels right. Kiniko says, if you want Pale Blue Camel to rate... Oh, to hate your game, put a slide puzzle up. For a moment I thought you said rate the game, like someone was doing like a slide puzzle tier list in which... I mean... Each to their own, but come on, you gotta love yourself more than that. You gotta love yourself more than that. Alright. So, the thing that we don't currently have in this scene, like you can see it's just well, we don't have a walk box yet. I'm gonna have to like trace out the walk box. But it is just an inky void out there. So I figure... I mean, I don't have to make another copy of that background, because it's already there in the assets. It's already there as part of the introduction, I think? Yeah, here we go. Got our starfield here as intro.png. So I may just nick this from... Oh wait, did I... Oh wait, no, I added an entire new Lua file for that. And okay, and it's called image space. Okay. So I should be able to just glom that in here as part of the scene graph. So if we go... Actually, no. Space 0 0 -10, I guess, because it would be in the background. Collision. Now I'm just trying to remember what the deal is with oh, that's right. Okay. I was trying to remember what the deal is with parallax, because parallax is relative to where the origin of the image is. But I think here we set the origin to be 0, 0. So it's the top left corner always. Oh, Kinnikos says, walking out into the void reminds me of a glitch I saw in someone's clip of King's Quest. Rosella just starts breaking boundaries and walking off to the sides of the screen impossibly. Yeah, like, those Sierra games, plenty of, I think it was especially the first round of SCI games. They had a few glitches which involved, what was that, like, I can't remember if it was like the early SCI games which had issues if you were using the mouse as opposed to the keyboard, and then the later SCI games had issues if you were using the keyboard rather than the mouse, which is a fun bit of juxtaposition. Okay, bridge space parallax x equals 0. And if we add that into the scene... There's a lot more saxophone in the soundtrack than I remember, but... Anyway, refresh. Well, that sort of worked. That sort of worked. Huh. Where is it getting this from? Where did this curve come from? Like, that's a very interesting rendering artifact. I just don't know where it came from. This I can understand. This is because I guess in camera space, 0, 0 is like the middle of the screen. If we were to kind of adjust this to be screen width divided by 2. Huh, okay, I didn't like that. Alright, what if I set parallax to 1? Okay, if I set parallax to 1, then... what is going on? Just want to check the... Yeah, okay, so the origin of this image is at 0, 0. And... this puts it at... I mean... Like, I would have... Okay, so if I set this to 0, 0, and then refresh this, okay, then it's in the right spot. However, to do what I want with the parallax hack and turn off parallax, that would then mean I need to change this to be minus screen width divided by 2, I think. Huh, okay. Maybe the parallax math is different than I remember. Okay, so it's x minus root. Okay, oh, I see. I see. Because, yeah, like, the whole point of parallax is that you want it to kind of... An object is in a certain spot in room space, but if parallax is greater than 1, it scrolls past quicker, and if it's less than 1, it scrolls past slower. And I think that, like, when parallax is 0, there is a specific... I mean... It just means that it will always be in the center of the screen. And I don't know, maybe I'm being kind of picky because I want to recycle this image, and that involves changing, because unfortunately, yeah, the image handle contains where the offset is. I could just load in another copy of the image. I could just go to hell and load in another copy. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna... This space is cheap. I'm going to make a... I'm gonna make a special... a special cut of that background, which we'll just use for that. Cancel. So I only need 320. Just enough to cover the screen. Wait, what did I miss? Why? Actually, screw it. We'll do it this way. Okay, so what? Okay, this is 600 by 200. Image, canvas size, 320. That's all we need. tool, scripts, room convert, originals. Sorry. Okay. Okay, and that's dead in the center basically. So that should work with Parallax X. Oh, except it's not going to work because file system layer hasn't synchronized yet. Interesting. Oh, and I got the path wrong. two small problems. Ooh, all right. It's pretty good, except one small problem. You may not be able to notice it, which is that I've given it the wrong Z order. There we go. So there we go. Now we've got these objects kind of like moving in the foreground, and space basically remaining stationary in the background. I'm confused about this though. Did I... what is this about? Because like if we look at the background mask, yeah, it's just meant to kind of stop up there. So where is it getting that, Okay, well firstly... Is it visible if I look at the assets? Alright, if I look at the assets, it looks like it's filled in. Like this looks like, also, see how there's like a group of pixels down the bottom right corner which changes color? That looks a bit corrupt. Just a bit corrupt. Oh! Hold on. So the image cuts off at this point up here. Why is this... Oh, did my cropping script just decide to get rid of the right-hand side of the image? Did it do that? It did. It totally did. I guess because, you know, went from like the top to the bottom. Oh, I understand now. So what we're seeing here on this side is a repeat of the nose cone from over here. Oh, alright. So I guess this is, I guess that is undefined. Also explains why on, you know, in the SDL version, this entire scene kind of just stretches out because it's missing the right-hand side of the image. Right. So we have this on file as, actually, wait, no, that's a little confusing. That's a little confusing because we don't ever specify how big an image is. Like what dimensions it is. That's not that's not in our wheelhouse. We just specify where the offset is, which is what, you know, this is the hotspot offset and this is the position in room space for the hotspot. But I don't know why there'd be a second copy just kind of like creeping out over here on the right hand side. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Okay, we also have this single floating red pixel up there. Don't know where that's come from. It's a bit annoying though. Is it on this layer? It sure is. Of course it. Okay. So we've got a single red pixel up there. We have the missing compartments down here. Well, I guess the easiest way to fix the asset would be to just go back into here and uncrop it. And where's the other one? It would be in Originals bridge here. So go from 600 to 200 to keep image. Yeah, okay, so it's everything from here on. So it's missing 29 pixels to the right, which you can easily add back in. Come on. Okay, well that, I guess that sorted that out. Though I'm not sure if that, I mean, the corruption down in the bottom did worry me a bit. Okay, just get rid of that. Like that. Okay. It just occurs to me that we're probably going to want the busted copy of the image in order to figure out like what's going wrong. So I'm going to view the status. Okay. So the only one should be left is that image that I've been messing with. So we're just gonna... Okay, and then we'll stash that fixed copy of the bridge. So we'll go back, so yeah, we're back to the busted copy. Now, whatever is going on here, clearly it manifests itself in the STL version in a slightly different way where it will try and stretch the image to take up the entire screen. So I reckon that if we fix that, or at least find out what the trigger for that is, we'll sort out what's going on in the DOS version too. So how do we... How do we investigate something like this? It's made slightly harder by the fact that we don't have a Lua console in the STL version yet. Which is something I should probably add, because it's nice. It's nice to have that. We do have GDB though. Yeah. Space goes in, space comes out. Space goes in, space comes out. Okay. I think we need to do a little... just a tiny hack into the blitter code. Destroy hardware image, blit image. Yeah, okay, so there's going to be I guess a mismatch between these parameters for like the bounds and the actual parameters of the image. Okay. Okay. So the image dimension is 541 by 200. Okay, I've got something wrong with the... I've got something wrong. Oh, because I put the stupid image pointer in there. Okay. That's not correct. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Okay. Alright, it's doing that. Wait, what? Where is it getting... One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, is this one of those... It's probably one of those things where I need to like say that it's a short because it's C. It's probably that, isn't it? I've just forgotten how like printf works. Oh wait, no, they're floats. They're floats. I think. And I'm just, yeah, okay, that's fine. Fine. Oh, it's the same dimensions for both. Okay, fine. X, Y. Okay. So at this point... Right, so the crop is still 320 by 200. Is it maybe the left and right? Are those the things that are screwed up? Because, alright, we could... Because if essentially, if we move to the right of that screen and right is 320, something has gone very wrong, and that's where the error is being introduced, I think. Okay. So the right is listed there as 541. Okay, because... Oh, I see, right, okay. So... Alright, I remember now. I remember how this works. This is the rectangle in room space, and it is this method down here, or this logic down here, sorry, which crops it to the right spot, or crops it to the right area. So potentially this is wrong. Yeah, okay. IR is image rect. Then we have the cropping rectangle, which is the screen width and height. And then we use X and Y to constrain, to position the screen rectangle and then constrain what's in IR. God, alright. Okay, how do we... Okay, start with, let's only show what we need. What is... Yeah, okay. Right. That's all good. Whoa, alright. What did I... Oh, because... Yeah, okay, because I didn't check for null. I didn't check for null. Because we're in C. C, you gotta check for null. Because null happens quite a lot. Okay. Alright, so when we move to the left-hand side of the screen, we can see the bounding rectangle shrinks to 290 by 200. And then it moves, and then we kind of keep going to the right here. But then something bad happens, and our clipping function takes a dive, and it erroneously says that we've got more space than we actually have. Not contains direct. I thought I'd like done enough to like force this to work properly, but evidently not. Okay, maybe we should do the math. Oh my goodness. Hello, how's it going? Red Nose Dev, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everybody. We're just in the middle of like doing a little bit of game development for Microsoft's own MS-DOS. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'm using the SDL version at the moment. But there is a DOS version of this particular game. I'll quickly show off what we got. So it is essentially a custom video game engine based very heavily on, I guess, LucasArts adventure game engine. As you can see here, we've got like we've got like walk boxes, we've got Z ordering, we've got a scene graph, we've got ad-lib music playback. As of recently, we've got other rooms, so I can now break out of the first room and go into this room here, which I'm in the process of wiring up. And also, there's a third room, which is slightly more developed. And, yeah. Aim is to kind of get this what's it called? Get this together as like a test game, and then release the game engine as open source. So, you know, fun stuff. Oh, Red Nose Dev says, that is sick. So this runs on DOS. Yes, we are running this inside, this is running inside DOSBox right now. But, yeah, the engine layer I've intentionally made quite modular. So, like for instance, you know, it's basically just kind of like there's a thin driver shim. So if I go into system.h, I can see that there are like shims for like video, the timer, the keyboard, the mouse, etc. And we've got like a DOS version of all of that. So here's all of the awful DOS code which hot patches the timer. This looks especially bad because I had to take the code from DJGPP and like make it not as bad. So that, anyway, that was like a whole deal. But yeah, we got one of those, and then we have like the SDL version, which is much simpler. So far it is only 600 lines compared to 1.4 thousand lines plus, oh, and the VGA driver. But yeah, it's been pretty good. It's been a fun learning experience. There's also hot patching in the engine now, so how can I show that off? Oh, actually, yeah, I can show that off. So if I go into here, so essentially like there is saving and loading support, and given that basically reloads every script in the game, you can use that. You basically just like save and load at the same spot, and that'll essentially like act as like a hot reload of everything that's going on in the engine. So I'll just turn on these two things, which I had before. So this will play something from the PC speaker, and it will also set the palette remapper. And if I hit Control R to hot reload that, actually wait, I'm just going to double check that I didn't make a typo. No, I didn't. Okay, good. So yeah, now essentially what we have is exactly the same graphics as before, but I was messing around to see, can we like automatically translate it to the EGA palette? And the answer is sort of. It doesn't look, I'm not going to pretend that this looks like great, but I don't know, one of the jobs that I've got today is I may go through and hand, I don't know, mess with the colors by hand a bit so that they kind of look less jarring. But honestly, I'm quite happy with this for like just a first pass at automatic EGA conversion. Sorry, I've been completely rude. How was your stream? What are you up to? Alright. So the thing I was working on before getting distracted by that. Oh, Red Nose Dev says, are you planning on releasing the whole game engine for DOS open source? Yeah, it's already, like, the engine in progress is already available up on GitHub at, I'll just post the URL in the chat. So not stable yet, obviously. I'm trying to obviously get, once this test game is finished, I will release it, and then I'll say, okay, version 1 of the Parenti engine. But it is, yeah, it's pretty good. It's basically just like a very lightweight rendering scene graph engine attached to Lua. Like pretty much all of the game logic I've got in here is in Lua. So, like, what's an example? Like, if I go back into the cabin where there are, like, more hotspots at work, I can, you know, take the wrench from my inventory, use it on the rug, and then there's individual room scripts for each interaction that are kind of laid out like this. So, yeah, it's quite, I don't know, like, I was reading through the original, like, Scum engine developers, like, you know, originally LucasArts had the Scum engine, and then they made the Lua engine for Grim Fandango, and then one of the, actually, yeah, the author of the Lua engine, like, did actually post quite a lot on the, Lua news groups about how they were putting it together, and one of the things they regretted, apparently, was not moving more of the engine functionality into just pure Lua, and I completely understand it. Like, it is so much more enjoyable writing Lua than it is writing in C. Red Nose F says, sick, I love Lua. Yeah, I'm a completely Lua pilled now. Initially I was a bit, oh, this is kind of weird, I'm not so sure about this, but every moment I'm spending writing Lua as opposed to writing C, it's great. Kinnikos says, speaking of Lua, isn't that what LucasArts based their scripting in the Sith engine used in Jedi Knight and such? I don't know. I don't know much about Jedi Knight. I know that Jedi Knight 2 was the Quake 3 engine, as was Jedi Knight 3. Maybe the Sith engine used that? I honestly don't know. If anyone has any insights into what the Sith engine used as a scripting language, then I'm all ears. Alright. I'll just turn the palette back on. Like, that was meant to okay. I don't know why it is not changing the palette back to VGA, which it should absolutely do. Maybe... Oh, right, because... Oh, no, because the palette remapper happens at the driver level, which is not reset by the script engine changing. Okay. I'm going to change back to here. So, breakout. Oh, the other thing I need to do is I need to rip out so for the SDL version where we use Woody OPL, which is the same Yamaha OPL3 emulator that DOSBox has, I'm probably gonna have to do a very similar thing with what's it called? Their PC
Your
speaker
engine
driver.
oil pressure is critical.
Ooh, thank you very much for the follow, Red Nose Dev. It's good to have you around. But yeah, we're gonna have to do something very similar with the PC engine. Sorry, the PC speaker driver, because one of the features that I coded in for what felt like a good reason is you can use the PC speaker to play back WAV files, much like in the same way that Real Sound by Access Software, so like Mean Streets and I think like a few of their golf games had built into it. And for that and a bunch of other reasons, like you can't just pretend that it's square waves coming out of the speaker. You have to do some kind of damping function in order for it to sound vaguely like a proper PC speaker. And given that this engine is GPL, I'm absolutely just gonna borrow the DOSBox code. Why would I not? Oh, Kinnikos says, the script in the Sith are amusingly called COG, but I vaguely remember reading somewhere that it's based in Lua. That's I mean, I guess the time frame is sort of right, because I'm pretty sure Lua was the first... Like, Grim Fandango came out in 98? And I think that... I'm pretty sure that was the first Lua-based project that LucasArts threw themselves at. I guess it was developed in 97, maybe? Which would be around the same time as Sith Engine. Okay, got a little bit distracted. That's right, okay, so we were trying to figure out this glitch here. So there is obviously a bug in my blitting code, because you can see here that when I look over the right-hand side of the screen here, ignore the fact that I can just walk off, I don't have a walk box programmed in. But when I look up on the right-hand side of the screen here, I can see a repeat of this nose cone down here, which is an indication that I have screwed up my my bounce checking code. So we were just in the middle of trying to figure out a way of tracing that. Yeah, so it's this little method here. I think we're going to have to use... Yeah, so one of the nice things about having, like, a native Linux build is that I can use GD, like, the debugger, which is not something that I have access to. For the most of the engine I developed just in DOS without a Linux version, and I slightly regret. Well, I mean, you know, it was character building, but I probably wasted a bunch of time when I could have just had, like, the coward's way of nice debugging out of the box. Okay, so grab the wrench, go into here. There is also a, I mean, the other part of like building this SDL version is I want a WebAssembly build, ideally something that I can like just embed in an itch.io page, and you know that saves the issue of having to like emulate a DOS PC inside a web browser in order to play it in a web browser. Okay. Oh yeah, and the SDL version also has like this cool glitch where you can see, because it's cropped the image wrongly, like time and space just extends out to the right whenever I kind of walk towards the edge of the room box. This shouldn't be doing that. It absolutely should not be doing that, which is what I'm trying to kind of unpack why that is happening. Okay, so if I put in a cheeky breakpoint at here, 222, that'll do. Okay, so then we do this. Now it tries to do the crop. Yeah, okay. So we have this rectangle here, which is shifted left by 250 pixels. So the math behind that is 541 minus 250. That should be 291, which should not be, the right-hand side should not stick out because of that. That's very bad. Okay, so because X is lower than the left-hand cliff plane, we then, okay, yeah, then we crop the left-hand side, and then, okay, yeah, so then the left-hand side becomes this. X position becomes 0. y I think is always 0. Okay, now we get to like calculating the right-hand bound, and I don't think this is correct. Because the right-hand bound is going to be 541. Okay, x is then going to be 0. And because the right-hand bound is greater than the clip size, clip right okay, I see. So the could it be that because it's based on the old left-hand side? Because if I were to just go clip right minus x, that would be 320. Oh my god. Why is math so hard? Oh, Redness said that weirdly looks really cool. Yeah, we were talking about how unintentionally, like, it added some parallax to this pillar in the middle, and now that's kind of got me thinking, can I make that real parallax? Because but yeah, it does look fun just having stuff appear slightly stretched out. I'm just not sure how we would put it to use. Okay, I think maybe we got to work backwards here, because the crop rectangle is not used for anything. Like, this is just used as a reference for how big the screen is. The crop is applied to this image rectangle, so the image rectangle has to be exactly the right size, I think. So then, and given that it starts off as, okay, just the entire size of the image. So x and y basically remain unchanged. And then the source rectangle then becomes left is 250, which is correct, and then right is 570, which is wrong, because right should only ever, you can only ever get up to 541. So maybe I just haven't I guess, like, for any like modification for left and right, it should be like minimum of whatever the maxima were before. Hey Absentia, how's it going? We're just knee deep in the weeds with some math here, but I think we've cracked it. So we're just gonna have to go like int 16. Oh, actually no, we just go struct rect source left top source And then if we just crop this, or crop these to be... I suppose we just do it as a pass at the end. Like, actually, no, it would be max prev left, prev right. Wait, it's got a definition for min, but not for max. Include utils.h. I think I defined both there. Yeah, okay, good. All right, and then we just go right. It's going to be bound by that. Oh, and okay. That's good. It doesn't change, like, I was a bit... Oh, here we go. Have I... Wait, why is, Okay, standard bool. Where was it previous? Okay, what? Okay. I thought I... Oh, okay. No, that's just on me. That's just on me for being sloppy. So I didn't put in a guard. I didn't put in a guard for this. Which means that if you import it multiple times, you get multiple definitions, which is rarely the thing that you want. So get rid of this. Okay. Has that fixed the distortion of space and time in the bridge area? Yes, it has fixed it. Okay, we'll just double check that. I'll just comment that out. We'll build a DOS version and give that another stab. Oh, Game Dev Jeff says, in Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2, and MOTS, Cog looks like C, kind of. It was scrapped for Grim Fandango, which replaced Cog with Lure. I see. And ironically, then, I guess, Jedi Knight 2, they went back to Quake C, I guess. Is it Quake C that the Quake 3 engine uses? Oh, Mystery of the Sift. Okay. That's what MOTS stands for. Thank you. Okay, good. So let's... Alright. That's fixed the nasty bounds problem. So, git stash apply. And if I refresh the screen... There we go. So that's fixed that background image. I better commit that before I forget it. Oh, Kimiko says Quake C died after Quake Engine 1. Okay, fair enough. Quake 2 uses C++. Quake 3 uses both C++ and some virtual machine bytecode thing. I don't remember the name. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know that obviously, like, the JK2 engine was mostly written, you know, it was like at the end, you know, it was written in C++ or what have you. But I could have sworn that the user space, or, you know, the game level scripting engine was some kind of like virtual machine that I assumed was Quake C, but probably was given a different name by then. Okay. Okay, I don't need to scroll that. I don't need to scroll looking at that anymore. Okay, maybe now's the time. Okay, we can go to this room, we can go to that room. And this room has a programmed walk box. Oh yeah, that's what I can show off. I can show off the debug mode for the walk box while we're here. So if we go to PT NA, sorry, debug, sorry, set, okay, let's set debug console. Oh, I can't remember what I called it. This would have been like set daily hint, set game, set mouse sprite. Okay, really? I'm gonna have to. Set walkbox debug. Okay, of course. Apologies for the horrible PC speaker noise, but you can see here, this is with walk boxes switched on. Ooh, interesting. I've got like at least one walk box which I've screwed up tight with the coordinates in for. But, oh, two in fact, because there is this weird gap for, like you can see here, like if I try and click here, It goes around this little bend, but essentially this follows the same walkbox algorithm that the Scum engine has, where you have quads. Each quad has basically like I think Scum pre-compiles like a walkbox join list, but essentially if a walkbox shares a horizontal or a vertical edge, they're considered connected. And so my engine just does that at load time because it's quite easy. But yeah. And then yeah, if you need to I don't know, disable part of the walkbox, it would just be as simple as removing one of these quads and rerunning the function which builds the map, and then you won't be able to walk past it anymore. But okay, but looking at this, clearly two of the walkboxes on this layer are a bit cooked. I guess I didn't really look at this one when I was typing in by hand. This is, I don't know, most of this, clearly like, I designed all of this to be just, you know, text editable, because that's how I work, generally. This is one of those cases where I'm thinking, oh, it would actually kind of be nice to have a GUI tool which did like the walkbox nonsense for you. Okay, so here are the walkbox definitions, and we've got 1, 2, 3. I'm guessing this is going to be number 4. Yeah. Okay, so I'm guessing this is meant to be 117. Oh, not quite. See how it just kind of like stretched all the way over the top? Hang on, let me turn off that that PC speaker thing, because it's gonna get old quickly, I feel. Okay, good. Okay, so what I actually meant to do was do this at 131, which is the Y position of the other layer. Okay, now if we refresh it, good. That works. There's no longer like a weird pocket that's been carved out of it. Okay, so now if we go through again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, no, it's not the 9th one. It is this cornery one, which has a corner that's off. Because I think that's meant to line up with this box over here. You can see it's on like the same horizontal line. So we'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 9th one is okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 151 is the Y coordinate. Okay, which matches this one up here. Okay, and then all these other ones have... Are there just 3 walk... Oh, okay, no, there's 1, 2, 3... There's 4 walk boxes at the end, which all have 131 as their endpoint. And we've got 131, 131, 147, and then 154. And that should be 151, I think. There we go. Okay. Alright. That looks good. Now on this screen we gotta sort this. No walk box, which means you can just do this, which is it's fun, but it ruins the immersion somewhat. So I'm gonna have to. Okay. So to start with, I'm going to open up this image here, which is the original that I exported that's in room space coordinates. And that should give us some points to work with. Actually, no, I'm using the wrong tool for this. I should be using Inkscape. Hello, Inkscape. Okay. Object properties. Okay, nice and sharp. Now we just take our pen tool. Am I allowed to draw with the pen tool? Is that? Oh, because I locked the layer. Hang on. Layer. Add layer. Okay, good. So it's gonna be a bit dodge. It's gonna be a bit dodge because we need to have horizontal and vertical joins. We can't have like walk boxes that are diagonal plowing into each other. They'll just kind of not do anything. Because the collision detection is not very smart. Okay, so we've got one walk box here. We'll move back just a few pixels from each of the edges so it doesn't look... What was the gap that I roughly put in this room? Yeah, so you have to give yourself like a nice big margin around the edge, or otherwise you just kind of peer off into the void, which is not good. So, how many pixels did I use? I did like a big margin. Very big margin. Like, about 8? 8 pixels maybe? How about the cabin? Did I do a big margin for the cabin? Not... No, not really. Okay. Yes for the bottom, but not for the top. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, right, that's... And for the side. I'll just say that much. Okay, then we'll have one walk box which goes through the doorway. Because, like, this partition here has got, like, a different Z index so that you can walk through the, you know, so you can walk through the door. It's kind of important. Oh, and I don't know. I haven't decided whether or not I'm happy with this floor. Like, this foreground stuff kind of distracts from how basic it is, but yeah, not sure about this area here. Maybe I might change my mind on it. Okay, so we do like a little space here. Oh, right, and there's a computer here, so you can't walk too close to that, in theory. We have to, like, move around it. Okay, and it ends roughly there. might actually be quite a simple walk box area, actually. Maybe there's not much to it. Move both of these a little bit this way. Okay, and then okay, so the no walk area from here should extend all the way up to this barrier, and then we'd have something like that. Yeah, stay behind that line of rivets. Okay, those would be our walk boxes. It doesn't matter that, like, we have a bunch of hotspots here, but the way the engine is set up, it pretty much just tries to get as close as it can. And then once it's reached that limit, it will just say, yeah, sure, you're within range. Which could potentially cause trouble, but for now it's fine. Ah, come on. Work with me here. So, just copy this. Okay, and then the winding is always clockwise, starting from the top left. So 195, 139. $150. And then 195, 150. 275, 132. 375, 132. 378, 139. Yep, that all lines up. And this guy. And last quad. 61, 132, 194, 132, 194. Oh wait, no, hang on. This has got to match, so this has got to be 105. That's 195, 155, and 128. I'll just get rid of that last comma because I'm pretty sure Lua hates it. There we go, walk boxes. Okay, that's pretty good. That's not too close to the sink. No, that was too much. I think maybe this gap here might be a little bit too close. I might have to snip a little bit off. This gap I'm okay with because you need to get nice and close in order to do stuff there. Oh wait, no. Okay, this is the big one. I got this one here, which is like 375 to 378. So we'll go 373 to 376. Yep. Okay, that's good. I'll probably do the same to the one underneath it. Just bump it left, just a tad. Okay. And then this box has got to move to the right about 45, I think. Okay, that's good enough. right up to the chairs. I must have the facing wrong, because the facing is correct when I move into here, but not when I... Oh, but I don't have an No, I do have an upward facing. Because yeah, like when I go through this door, it's just whatever direction the sprite is facing. But I thought I overrode it. Okay. Still, I'm happy with the walk box in this room. Does the cupboard work? No, I haven't finished doing that in yet. Okay, well... Oh, and the final thing we gotta sort out is this bit of wall. I don't know, how do we feel about like just the static background? Does it need to move just a little bit, or is it better to just kind of have it sitting there while we walk around? Okay. Red Nose Dev says, I think the static background looks good. Maybe if the stars like sparkled slowly or something might look interesting. Yeah, like it would be fun to do like I don't know, it would be fun to do kind of palette fading effects. I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to get it done in time for this version of the engine, but there is also the option of just having like, you know, various bits of flotsam like flying past, which is entirely doable. Like, the engine is multi-threaded. I mean, we use Lua, but because it has cooperative multitasking, we can just animate stuff in the background and not block any of the other threads that are doing stuff. So maybe I just gotta like draw up a couple of rocks and then send them flying past in the background. That's... yeah, actually that might give it a nice sense of depth. Hold that thought. We'll fix this panel here, and then maybe I can draw a rock and we can show it just making its merry way in the background. Yeah, like an asteroid field, exactly. Okay, So I don't want the originals, I want the assets for the bridge. Ah, okay. That's not good. Oh, and they're all slightly different sizes. That's not what I had in mind. These should all be 25 by 40. I'm pretty sure. Come on. Okay, it's 25 by 41. Wait a second, no. I'm overthinking this. I should render them in situ and then actually no. No. So it's 25 by 39. Oh, I see. Yep. I see how it is. Okay. 25 by 39 is the correct one. Okay, that's the correct dimensions now. Discard. Discard. Now these doors. 7 by 47, 7. Okay, so the open doors are fine. Closed doors. 2 of them are 40 by 40, which is not correct. Oh, sorry, they're 25 by 40 instead of 25 by 39, so... Correct one... Ah, okay, we'll just got an extra row. Got an extra row down the bottom. So, crop to selection... Gone. Oh, is it? Okay, one's actually slightly chunkier. Crop to selection... Okay. Oh, that's right, and then all these coordinates are going to be slightly off now. 39, 39. 12. Okay, so there's one background object for the door when it's open, and then another one for when it's shut. So by default, I want all the ones that are open to be not visible. I will probably have to make this into a nicer. I could probably just make this into an array. Maybe I should do that. Actually, no, I can, but it's gonna be... There needs to be a different hotspot for each of the four, so I will, at the very least, have to treat them separately like that. So I may as well just keep it as it is. And then we just add all this stuff in. Okay. And reload. Alright. So because I cropped two of the doors, two of the automatic, what do you call it? The position script didn't quite line them up properly because the image is a different size. But that's okay. We can eyeball what's going wrong. Shut door. Oh, yeah, okay. So those are off by one. I'd say this other one is off by one as well. There we go. Oh, and I didn't set the z-axis. So by default, the doors are at Z position 0, which is the same as the player character. Not true, though. I think this needs to be in the same... Okay, so I put the power box at -5. Okay, so I'll make these at -5. There we go. Okay, they're the right depth now, at least. Okay. Oh, okay. That's emergency power open, which I don't have. Oh, and I forgot to set collision equals true. Power off. Okay. There we go. So we've got the emergency power box now, and I think if I click on it, it should open. And if I click on the... Yeah. Click on the little hatch on the side, it'll close again. I don't know why, I don't know why the knife switch is being marked as emergency power box. 'Cause that should be different. Because, yeah, like, if I close the power box... Oh, right, okay, visible doesn't disable collision, I see. Well, we can do this. There we go. So we've got the box that's on the right hand side, and then the knife switch, which is its own thing, which currently does not have an action to turn the knife switch on. But that should now... Oh, that should also persist between rooms. So if I open up this power box, and I go into here, and then I save the game, or, you know, hot reload, which saves the game, and then come back out through here. Oh, okay. Wow, alright. Oh, I forgot about that. So, I think what happened is that I wired this up to just change the variable, but I didn't get it to adjust the scenery. So you can see here that, like, the knife switch is on now, which is turned on these panels and these screens. and such. But if I were to go over and like hit the switch and then do a save, reload, everything turns off. So and yeah, like part of it is that we have like this hang on. So part of it is that we have like this callback here called on room load. And there's two different types of callbacks that happen when you switch room. There's one that happens when you switch room, and then there's one which just happens regardless of how the room is loaded. And the difference there is that say, imagine that you had like a script where if you went into this room, then that would immediately start a conversation with someone. And that's, that happening is contingent between you switching to the other room. That would be part of the room switch script. But conversely though, if you were to just save the game, you'd want all of the stuff that happens in the room load script to run, because that's just responsible for like setting up the current state of the room. So that would like open any doors that you left open, or set up any sprites that had been offset in the room. That's all done in the load script. But yeah, stuff that you want to happen, stuff that basically like synchronizes the state of the game, or synchronizes the room to the state of the game, as opposed to stuff that you just want to happen every time you switch rooms. Yes. But I guess that means that if I move into this room here and then I move back, then yeah, all of this stuff is gonna switch back. Okay. Oh, it's actually alright. We're coming up to halftime, so I may actually take like a quick break at this point. Yeah, I'll be back in about 10-ish minutes, and yeah, when we come back, maybe now this room is kind of like looking pretty put together. I don't know. We could do coloring in. I have been putting off doing a lot of coloring in, but the options that we have are coloring in or stealing the PC speaker code from DOSBox, and I'm inclined to have a look at that PC speaker code, to be honest, because it would be really cool getting that working in SEO. But yeah, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Until then, just stretch, just stand up, walk around, do all those things. It's good. It's good stuff. See you in 10. Alright, we're back. Okay. Yeah, the space is looking a little empty, I'm gonna say. What if we put like the tiniest amount of parallax on the space? I know it technically won't work the way we want because, so if I go like 0.1 and then refresh this. I don't know if it looks better. If it slightly moves. How about like even less? Maybe we're just kind of... Maybe that's gilding the lily a bit. You know what? I think, yeah, let's keep it at 0. Because at least 0 is... Keeping it fixed at least... doesn't mess with the eyes as much. But then the question is like, what if in the background... Actually, there's one little thing that I want to check. So we're currently rendering like a whole bunch of sprites, including a background image with a bunch of overlap. And then I quit the game. The engine at the moment is rigged up to measure the draw times. Okay, that's not too bad. It's still only okay, so it's about 5 and 6 milliseconds. I think it's, yeah, I think these are all milliseconds. Because it's currently, because VGA is 70 hertz, and 1000 divided by 70 is 14, so you get exactly 14 milliseconds to draw a frame. Or rather, you get 14 milliseconds to do everything you need to do, then flip the page on the double buffer. And in DOSBox, I mean, you know, obviously in DOSBox, we've got like, insane amounts of compute. The real target hardware for this is going to be a Pentium, which is, you know, coincidentally, I have a Pentium laptop, which is what I've been testing this on. And the previous scenes sometimes have been a bit borderline in terms of, because like here, like copying the frame buffer is 0, but it is not that on real hardware. It is like I think it's close to 5, like the frame buffer copy time on real hardware, and then the draw time is larger than that. But I don't know, I'll have to grab the laptop and see how this new scene plays out on that, just to see how it goes. Okay. That's right. We were going to draw like a little asteroid, which we could then like have just skimming along in the background. So we'll quit this. Doesn't matter. I may regret not saving that the path images, but for now we should be okay. Okay, so this is our stone palette. I mean, there are 2 ways we can go about this. We can try drawing a rock. Or we could do something, I guess, organic with like the dither tools in GIMP. Yeah, like, because this space background was all done using the noise. Yeah, just filling the area with kind of noise, and then quantizing. Yeah, filling the area of noise, quantizing, and then remapping the palette to our, I don't know, the hand-picked range of colors that were mostly purple. And I suppose we could probably do the same thing with the rock, but it may actually no. Let's look up some reference imagery. Did I close Sea Monkey? I closed Sea Monkey. Let's go. Yeah, maybe we should just draw it. Now, is this a real photo or is this just okay. Okay, no, that is a photo from.
NASA has issued a warning over a massive asteroid which is expected to skim past Earth next month.
Yeah, okay, we know about that. Okay, this is probably like a good enough reference, I think. And it doesn't have to be that big. In fact, it's probably better that it's not that big. So if we were to oh yeah, I'll turn on the chiptune app. The Old Sky soundtrack is good, but it is also very much, I don't know, it's like, it reminds me a lot of the daytime soap, which just doesn't seem to fit in with game dev. So once again, I will get copyright struck, probably for, I don't know, like the YouTube copyright strike thing is getting real vicious with melody detection now, which has been oh well, that's okay. Did that? Oh, it did, okay. Can I paste his new layer? Oh, okay, copy paste does work between Wine and Linux. That's kind of cool. I was not expecting that. Yeah, about yay big. So trace the outline of this crater. I'm just doing the rough coloring now. We'll do several passes, I think, to get it looking ship-shape. Need a few more shades. Okay, and then we just need to tidy this bottom edge a little bit. Yeah, it's tiny little bit of dither. Okay, now I gotta do the inside of these giant craters. Looks a bit naff, doesn't it? This... It's gonna be like closer. Okay, I'm just gonna draw the rest of the rock. Can I just, oh my god, can I just say, it's gotten so much easier to just wing drawing stuff like this. I mean, it took how many streams of just forcing myself to be bad at pixel art, but it feels like I'm kind of getting to an okay spot. With very, you know, like it doesn't feel like, faking it so much anymore. Okay, I gotta... There we go. Got a rock. Oh, did I miss? I missed one pixel. And I choose this color. seeing as that didn't take very long, maybe we should do like 3 asteroids. What are some other good reference photos that aren't AI? How about NASA? Okay, so the lower edge is a little indistinct, but we can assume it's gonna be like this. Hey, regular caffeine. How's it going? We're just hijacking some NASA photos to make a few nice looking rocks float past in the background of Actually, no, I closed the game. I'll show you the scene that we're adding them to. Okay, grab the wrench. Door. So this room is the bridge, and we've got like this nice kind of starscape behind us, but there's not really much going on, and we figured it would be nice to have a few deadly rocks just floating past. So, I don't know, I was thinking maybe we do like 3 rocks, and then we kind of get them set up on a movement timer so that they just kind of pass by at regular intervals. So just, but yeah, just pinching a few NASA stock photos to use them from. All right, so strategy. A regular caffeine says maybe you could also have a comet that passes by randomly. Potentially. I mean, do we have any comet photos? I'm also, yeah, and I'm trying to look for NASA photographs, trying to avoid AI because who needs more of that? Comet. Because comets are just kind of like big trails of ice, I guess. Like, I guess we could just draw this as like an abstract, well, not abstract, but you know, using the same palette as like the star background. Okay, we might give that a try after we finish coloring this in. It shouldn't be too hard to draw one of these, says the non-artist. Okay. So yeah, we start off by just coloring it in badly, and then we do a couple of detail passes to fill in the bits and bobs. Okay, so the dark side of the asteroid would be. Oh, Irregular Caffeine says, I want to make a game and it's shaping up to have lovely concepts, but since I can't script for the life of me, I'm kind of just afraid it'd end up in development hell. Any tips? What engine are you using to create your game, and also what kind of game is it? I will admit, yeah, like I'd wanted to do an adventure game for a long time, and the de facto standard for making an adventure game is Adventure Game Studio, but I don't like the scripting language in Adventure Game Studio that much. It is kind of a bit clunky, and so that is kind of partly why I decided to just to build my own engine with my own. Well, it's not really my own scripting language; it's Lua, but what's it called? Like if I were to open up one of the rooms, like these types of what's it called? Like I investigated how the Grim Fandango engine, Grime, did most of its script calls, so this is very heavily based on how they did it. So they have so yeah, Grime had coroutines, so a bunch of threads work at the same time, which then effectively meant that you could lay out like a conversation between characters as just individual statements like this, and then on the back end the engine just yields, and you can think of it as single threaded, but then all the other stuff's happening in the background as well. Oh, Eric Cafe says Roblox. It's the easiest one and it's an adventure game. Okay, I don't know a lot about Roblox. I know that it uses Lua as a scripting language. I don't know. Is there a lot of big? I imagine, given how crazy popular Roblox is, that there would be a fair amount of getting started material for how to kind of develop a game in that. But yeah, it's I would say that like if there is kind of open source code available to take the harsh edge off stuff, sometimes it's just easier to use that and just adapt what you need. But I don't know, an adventure game is like kind of quite... I've come to appreciate how... I don't know, how tricky it can sometimes be to set up an adventure game. Like, with this, I've been quite careful to separate out, like, the state here in the world. So, like, for instance, you know, like this power box here. When I click on it to do the use action, that sets a variable called, oh, wait, it's bridge, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So when I click the emergency power box, it will then flip a variable in the variable store called emergency power open, and that in turn switches the sprite over to the one of the open box. And then, because we're keeping track of the actual state in this variable here, then it means that I can go to this room, I can do whatever, I can, like, save and load the game. So I've just hot reloaded the game now, and come back into this room, and the box is still open. So, yeah, I don't know. The advice that I give is don't reinvent the wheel. If there's resources that are very, you know, very close to what you want, it might be easier to just, you know, take like an open source engine and just kind of mod it to get what you want. And also, oh yeah, the main piece of advice I'd give, right, is don't fall into the trap of trying to plan everything ahead. Sometimes it just feels like, oh, I just need to think about this a whole bunch. I just need to like sit around and like plan out the perfect engine in my head, or plan out the perfect engine on paper, then I gotta start writing it. 99% of the time, you will get results just by trying a whole bunch of things. Like, don't even bother trying to... I mean, I'm not gonna say, like, don't bother trying to design it from scratch. You know, don't bother to try and, like, think about your design before building it. But at the same time, it's almost never worth kind of, like, ruminating over how to do something as opposed to just trying things. And even if, basically, like, even if it does take a while by trial and error to kind of figure out how to make things work, it is always less time than trying to, like, think it out, if that makes sense. Because you get, because, you know, every time you try something, you get more feedback, and yeah, sometimes it can be frustrating, sometimes it can take forever, but I guarantee you that it is never wasted time. Oh god, this is Nintendo music, I'm gonna get... Sorry, I'm just playing random tunes from the Sharp X68000 library in the background, so... Can get some random stuff in there. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I wish I could give you, like, more targeted advice about Roblox. I don't know much about the Roblox API. Okay. back to coloring in rocks. It's very, very kind of you to say irregular caffeine. It's I don't know. I'm happy that I've improved over time. Like, this is much less like pulling teeth than the first stream of doing this was. And that's what I always kind of keep coming back to. It just... by sheer force of repetition, you can get better at doing things. Okay, do we have a... No. Okay, so just a few more shades. That's a bit too uniform. Do I have a... Am I missing a shade? Is it really only... Yeah, the gradients that I picked have some weird... Yeah, like... So there's like a... Kind of... I could stand to have like one more shade, but... it's too late. It's too late for that. I'm gonna have to pretend like I can't add another shade. Okay, this shed I have not used yet. And it froze. Alright, and one, just the one little hole left. Okay, that's 2 rocks. So I think the plan is one more rock and then maybe a comet. Just for yucks. Okay. Oh, did that? Oops. Alright. About yay big. Oops, no. There's not really any... I was like one tiny crater on it. But other than that, it's pretty... a little bit craggy, but not really any pocks. taking a bit of liberty with the coloring here. Just so that the just so the light source comes from roughly the right spot. Get a little bit more green. Maybe just one more pockmark. Okay. 3 rocks. And finally the comet. Ah, crap. No, not that. Don't want to rotate the comet, I just want to... Alright. So this is... Okay. So got a reference image. This is going to use the purple palette, which I need to... Where did I put the purple palette? Was it, was it here? Okay, he's got a copy of it. I'll just pinch that. Put that into scratch layer. So I'm gonna have to do a lot of dithering on this, I feel. Okay. Now, around the head of the comet. Yeah, so we've got... So I think on the sides we're gonna have like some slight... You know, we're gonna have some more trail, right? Because you've got like this little... Or you've got like a very concentrated like head of the comet. And then you've got the tail. Should then fill out to the sides like that. This is close, but the... Okay, but the... This is like some... Yeah, it's like this wake. So how about if we... How about if we filled up right up to the edge of the comet? Okay. The wake might look I don't know. The wake might look terrible, but we can overlay it on the starry background, see if it scans. It may not. It's not looking too bad. It's not looking awful. Okay. Okay, but the aurora is kind of closest. It's closest up here. And then it just kind of fizzles out the further back you get. Okay. How does that look? That looks possible. And if it's, what happens if I turn on the background? Oh, okay. You can sort of make out the aurora. How about if I turn that off and I mix in a few more darker shades of perp? Yeah, so if we go in here, color in a few of these squares. And maybe one more darker shade. Does it look at... Maybe it's better just having all the one color. Yeah, I think it'll look better when it was just one purple. So we'll just pretend that we didn't do that. Okay, so it would have to go past it like a fairly fast speed anyway. Wow, okay. Hello. Welcome very much, Raiders. Did I say welcome very much? God, my brain is shutting down. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of game dev, a little bit of DOS game dev here. Doing a bit of pixel art. How are you doing? How was your stream? Tell me all about it. We're just taking a little. We've just finished setting up this particular room, and then decided that it would be a good idea to have just some rocks floating past in the background, and then also drawn a little comet. So we're gonna just add them in. Okay, so I've done all of that. We can save this picture. Okay. What's the best way of doing this? I think, okay, so we'll hide this, hide the scratch layer, hide this background, and then we'll just have these three, just these three. Finway says, doing good, was just working on drawing polygons to a canvas to get some debug display working later. But cool to see something still being made for DOS. Yeah, I mean, this is, I guess similarly to that, this is, like the red boxes that you see on the screen here are the, it's just a debug for the walkbox system in this game. For context, this is an adventure game engine that I've written initially for DOS using just C and Lua. There is an SDL port, so the idea is that we'll be able to run it in like a web browser with WASM as well. But yeah, the walkbox code is an example of something that I looked at the original Scum engine, like the way that it did it, and more or less just kind of pinched that. So, a fairly simple kind of, it's a very simple system where you can just define quads, and as long as there's a horizontal or a vertical edge that matches, precisely with another box, that counts as a join. And then from that, you calculate kind of like a matrix for how to get to each box from each, from any box to each other box in the room. And then it just does like a straight line distance. Okay, what's the closest point on the box to get to the next one? And then eventually, if you're in the same box as the thing that you want, it will just go, okay, what's the straight line distance? Because, inside a concave polygon, everywhere should be accessible via a straight line. And then from that, So yeah, we've got like a walk box of this room, which is kind of very thin, which allows you to walk around the side here, and that adjusts the Z level of of Ash, the main character, to walk behind the bed. And do I have anything in? And yeah, we've got another walk box here in the reactor room, which I don't think there's anything in the foreground for this. I considered maybe adding like some foreground stuff. Like in this room, we've got a parallax layer in the foreground, which kind of moves just as you know, moves just a little bit. Not so much that it kind of intersects with this wall, but moves just a little bit. Okay. So now we've got these images, we've got to think about how we're going to add them in to the scripting layer. And unfortunately, the scripting layer is something that I wrote, which means I can't cry out for help at this point. I've got to figure out what to do. So Oh, Bonglova says play some of the keyboard. Yeah, unfortunately the keyboard is there just to show at this point.
Press that note to pick that song.
And thank you very much for the follow, Bonglova. Sorry, brain's breaking down. The keyboard is there. Unfortunately, it's not wired up to anything at this point. I just brought it. I was using it yesterday, so I just brought it up from downstairs. Because the scene looks kind of weird without the keyboard in it after so many streams, but no, I'd love to, but unfortunately it's not connected up to my DI at the moment. What are we doing? We got... Oh, I should probably actually move this to the side and then export it again. Actually, screw it. Let's just make 4 layers. One gets this rock. One gets this rock. One gets this rock. So because this is DOS, we have a very strict 256 color limit, because that's all you get in VGA. You do get more if you use one of the Visa graphics modes, but yeah, I haven't added in Visa support. We just have VGA at this point. Well, I say we just have VGA. We also have the option of remapping the palette to use EGA. At some point I was planning on like writing an EGA video driver, but didn't get around to that, but I did do a palette remapper. So if I turn the palette remapper on, you can see the not great looking default, like this is me just doing nearest color matching from VGA, but it should be possible to go through each color by hand and pick one which, I don't know, best represents the color in the VGA palette. But this gives you an idea of what it would look like. It was just very dirty and gritty and used. 2 color dithering everywhere. I do have like other redither modes which look kind of worse. This is with oh, okay. So like this is with like quarter dithering enabled, and it looks, I want to say more accurate, but also worse, because there's just less definition. This is kind of a nearest neighbor match, which isn't accurate, but it does surprisingly line up. Not too bad. And we just have, okay, like, various other kind of nearest neighbor matches. Okay, switch back to VG. Huh, what did I do there? Because... something seems to be wrong with the skin tone. Or maybe I'm just kind of... I could be just freaking out over nothing, actually. Because I thought the skin had more definition. So if I quit to the title... and open this again... no, the skin would just always look like that. I just assumed that it was slightly less pale. Music off. Oh, and I completely botched up the export process for this. Let's try that again. So, export rock 1. Rock 2. Oh, I actually got to show the rock before I go. Rock 3. Scripts, room convert, assets. Wait, sorry, originals, bridge. So yeah, I just exported like all these images in room space. So like this is the size of the entire room. Usually I want to crop it down to like the smallest possible size and also keep tabs on like where it was in the room. So that's what this... so that particular script does that. It just crops it down to the smallest size and gives me the instructions I need to type into the scripting engine. But in this particular case, we don't need to worry too much about where it is in the room because we are going to be setting that. So let's grab these, create some new definitions. So, for this to... so how do we randomize this is the next question. So I think we're going to have to create a new thread. So So basically we have to go like, whenever we load the room, we would have to start another thread. So we'll just call... What's my thread API? Yeah, okay, so you create a function which contains the thing that, you know, the process or the cutscene that you want to do. And then... Okay, then you do like start thread with a distinct name. Okay, we can do that. So let's go, and then we just go PT and then go PT on room unload. Oh, stop thread. Yeah, it's PT stop thread, okay. Don't know why autocorrect is not. Okay. So now we need an infinite loop for the rock party thread. Just trying to remember. So there's 4. Okay, there is a while. Okay, so we can just go... I'll say pick a random rock. Pick a, yeah, so we pick a trajectory going from... Okay, so if we think about it like, so if the ship is moving forward until the engines died, that would then mean that relative, it would make sense for the rocks to arrive from the left-hand side of the screen, left to right. And the speed... Okay, but the comet is facing to the left, so the comet would have to kind of... Okay. Pick a random delay. we'll worry about the rocks for now. We can add in the comet afterwards. Specific trajectory from electric light and the speed. Galak Elf says, "Where is your sun/star? I believe a comet's tail is always pointing away from the sun, regardless of the direction the comet is traveling." That's an interesting piece of trivia. Essentially, there is no, there isn't really a star at this. Or you know, there isn't really kind of like a solar system involved in this particular slice of life. It's basically just meant to be part of deep space. So the comet is really there, just there for color and anything. So I think what might be cool is that like maybe the first time that you walk all the way over here, then the comet just kind of like whizzes past, and then never again. That's my gut feeling about when we should show the comet. Oh, that's right. I gotta put the... Okay, so all three are off the screen. So, okay, so we'll say the X position is always going to start at minus 64. we just hearing scales? Okay, Y position. It occurs to me that this isn't going to be tracked in the save game, but I mean, it'll be fine, won't it? No one's going to complain that the rocks aren't being tracked in the save game. Well, PT move object. Okay, and our duration. How long does it take to? So like 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, let's say about 8 seconds. Oh my god, alright. Okay. I'll probably have to close DOSBox because I added new files to the path. Okay. So use the wrench. Walk through here. Oh yeah, I didn't set the Z on the rock, so... There we go. Giant rock going straight through the ship. But I guess we can like have a look at what the trajectory is going to be on some of these. It's more concentrated towards the center than I would have expected. I mean, it's not too bad. What happens if I actually like fix the z-axis of the rocks? Where did I find the rocks? It was up here. And they've got to be, I think, a -9. It's just one layer above the space background. Okay, we're refreshing the level. Come on, another rock. God, I love sending the smallest rock over and over again. Oh, yeah, that time it, went like that. So, I mean, like, triggering the comet, that would be, like, a good, like, a feature that would be good, but I don't have yet in the engine, would be a trigger based on walking onto a walk box. But how would we do that? How would we... What would that API look like? Because then we could do that and then basically just have it so like the very first time you walk onto this walk box, you hit it hits a trigger, and then that makes another thread which sends the little comet going past, and then you never see it again. Yeah, there is also the option of like sending multiple small rocks, like smaller than the one that we've got there. But I don't know. For now, that's I don't know. For now, I think that's cool looking. But I mean, let's. I may as well commit what I have. Um. Just confirm that going into a different room doesn't. Oh, no, going into a different room broke something. I'm gonna find out what that is before we go further. Threat name rock parties. Listen, I went. What? Come on. I swear, in the unload function, yeah, like I did. Oh, wait. Ignore missing. Yeah, okay. That's on me. I should have done that true. Yeah, we'll just quickly check that that's good. So rock should, yep, rock should come past there. Going into here. Yep, should be no rocks. And then we go back into this passage here. Oh wait, technically we would need to reset the position of the rocks when we leave. So that they don't just kind of like, otherwise they just hang around instead of disappearing off the side of the screen. That should... Oh, okay. I set it to minus 300, so... For consistency, we'll say minus 300. That's right. Okay, so just reload this. So I want the ability to fire off a callback whenever we touch one of these. Okay, so the API would be something like I guess, okay, so there'd be two ways of doing this. One way would be we just have a callback that happens whenever an actor walks over, like changes a walk box. Like we could just have that as like an engine event that gets moved. The other option would be we just have like a custom callback just for that, which I don't know. No, okay. I think on event should be saved for stuff which is like at a driver level. So currently we've just got game starts the first time, game quits, game resets, key has been pressed, mouse button has been pressed, mouse has been moved. Those are events. And then we have hooks for whenever a room is loaded or unloaded, whenever a room is entered or exited. So essentially whenever we call the switch room handler, it will call on room enter and on room exit. Then we've got like, okay, then we've got verbs, which is just the engine's built-in way of like dealing with like use lamp or look whatever. Like that's, you know, that's tracked by, you know, got like these little callbacks here, which you define like on verb, you know, verb noun, and there's on verb 2, which allows you to kind of like, you know, use fire extinguisher on clown or whatever, and then, you know, it's the two subject version of that, but it's the same thing. It just has, you know, a game script on the inside which gets run in the verb thread. So I guess we need like a separate type of bespoke PT on verb. Oh, that's right. And we've got on render frame, we've got on talk skip while grabbed, which is how to, okay, this is like how to deal with fast forwarding from other threads, which we don't need to do. Whenever the mouse moves over something. we've got... So I guess we could just add like a call... Well... If we added like an optional callback in here, and then you could just have it whenever any actor enters the walk box, then it calls that callback. Okay. Okay, and then... What would it take as an argument? I guess we'd just take box and actor as arguments, I suppose. Okay, and then back in the game code. Where do we want the comet to appear from? Basically like this trajectory, I think. So I think what we'll do, right, is we'll set the hotspot for the comet right here, and then we can just trace out the line that we want it to go. And we're in... So room space would be about... I wanted to start about here. 340, bridge, comet, BG, y equals minus 14. And we wanted to go all the way to minus 83, 151. Okay, we'll say 2 seconds. I put in like a little delay of like we'll say 1 second. Assets, bridge, comet. Oh my god. What? How come I can't... Alright. What? Okay. Okay, that time it worked. So 426, that's the offset that we need. Okay. Let's build DOS. So now if I quit and reopen this. I go out here. And the very first time that I move into this walk box, there should be a 1 second delay, and then we see the comet. 1. No comet? Where's the comet? I didn't even set the Z property of the comet properly, so... Hang on. Did that... I'm just going to quickly check to see if that created a error log. I don't see any error log. Okay. So try with the SDL one. At least we get like immediate feedback about the what's going on? Okay, so I'm walking into this area. There we go. Enter the walk box. So there must be something wrong with starting the thread, or... What's the deal with starting threads? Yeah, it should happen. What do you call it? It should be allowed to start a thread whenever the hell you want, because it chucks it in here. Did I get the... No, I got the... Oh, is it because I didn't... Oh no, the z-axis is correct. What if I were to just make it 0? So then we just see it all the time. How about that? Come on. I want to see the comet. Into the walk box. Comet! And yet I see nothing. Potentially what could be happening here? Like, did the comet image even load? Image load, assets bridge comet. No, it did. It did. Oh, Kinnikos says, I think Twitch's chat backend is imploding. That's the first time I've been sent the reconnect message twice in a row. Yeah, like... It wouldn't be the first time that they've had a bad day with the backend chat stuff. I don't know. I have quite a lot of issues with channel points and such, but not a thing on this channel. This will always be a scrub tier stream. If you want to, I don't know. If you want to redeem, you have to like type. You have to type dark place in the chat like anyone else.
Dank, in here.
Freaking. Okay, so the thread is running. We've got, you know, the comet. The comet code is being called. I'm guessing this trajectory must be cooked. Come on. We've come this far. So it's 300, 340, 14. Oh, have I... Move an object smoothly to a destination point. Yeah, okay, so this is absolute coordinates, which is what we want. Oh, did I not, That should be visible by default. Alright, well... see exactly what's going on, I'm gonna make the comet, like, always visible. We'll just say that the comet is now, it now lives at 32 by 32. So as soon as I move into this area, why is, okay. So it's not showing up. Which generally implies that the image is bad. But I mean, we have evidence here that it's able to load in the picture of the comet. I didn't add the comet to the room, did I? I didn't add the comet to the room. Yeah, well, that should do it. Okay, and now we can walk over here, step on the touch plate, see an absolutely massive comet go through the body of the ship because I forgot to change the Z position. Okay. So bring them back to -9. Maybe make the comet just a little bit faster. Okay, so we'll save the game here so I can test the comet feature. So we walk over here. Maybe a little too sudden? Let's go 2 seconds. Okay. So just walk over here. Seconds. Okay, that's fun. The other option is that we could have like a very, very high, you know, like some kind of like, maybe like roll a d20 every time that you walk onto the walk box. And then if you hit a natural 20, then you get a little bit of comet. I don't know how cheesy that would look though. If we go like, let's say, yeah, you get like a 1 in 20 chance of seeing the comet again. Okay, well, we're coming up to time. I think I'll wrap things up pretty much now. But dang, we're getting places. We've got pretty much all of the assets into the game now, with a handful of exceptions. I still need to draw Mora in the bed. I still need to draw a couple of other things. And I still got to do some more animations for Ash, because we're missing a bunch. Maybe for next time we'll just smash those out. But, and yeah, we didn't end up doing anything with PC Speaker tonight, but that's okay, because we got a cool comet instead. Let's just go say hi to the comet again. Nice. And, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, probably not going to be a stream on Thursday because yeah, I've got a music project which I got to do in the next few weeks. So that is a time when I'm meeting up with my co-author on that. So not going to be a stream probably for that. So I guess. And yeah, I've got something on Friday, so I can't do a makeup stream then. So I guess I'll probably be back on Monday then, doing more game dev stuff. But until then, who is online? Who is doing stuff on twitch.tv? Okay, Mac is playing the Game Boy Color edition of John Romero's Daikatana. And, I mean, I'm deathly curious to figure out what that's like. It sounds... I had no idea there's a Game Boy edition of Daikatana. So... I don't know, let's join us, won't you? Alright. I'll see you in a week's time. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Later.